Okay, 911, where's emergency?
There's a house smoking on South Hannah.
What's the address?
I'm trying to find the number. I live on, and it's across the street. It's just up the street from it. I'm trying to look.
Okay, do you see the smoke coming from the house?
Yes, and there's an alarm going off inside, but I don't think anybody's home.
Okay, just 1 second here. Okay, I show you at South Hannah. Does that sound about right? If I send them there? 7, is it across the street?
I'll be here with a red sweatshirt on.
Okay, but what side of the street is it on?
It's on the right-hand side.
Okay, but I don't know what your right-hand side is, ma'am. Is it on the east or the west side?
I live on South Hannah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
4, it's across the street?
Yes. I'm trying to find her house number.
Okay, let me turn out the fire department. You find the house number for me, okay?
Okay.
And what kind of smoke is coming from the house?
It's like it's heavy smoke.
Heavy smoke?
Yes.
On November 25th, 2020, firefighters in Mount Morris, Illinois, responded to reports of smoke billowing from a home. Upon arrival, they encountered heavy smoke and the piercing sound of fire alarms. Once the flames were extinguished, firefighters conducted a search of the residence and discovered a female unconscious on the kitchen floor. The victim, identified as Melissa Lamesch, was quickly moved outside to a waiting ambulance. Despite the best efforts of the paramedics, it was too late to save her or her unborn baby. The circumstances surrounding the fire raised suspicions, with smoke and burn patterns at the scene suggesting that the fire had been intentionally set, prompting the firefighters to contact the Ogle County Sheriff's Department for a thorough investigation. Deputies reached out to Melissa's family members and learned that the father of her unborn baby was a man named Matthew Plote. Family members also revealed that Matthew had been at Melissa's residence on the day of the fire and might have been the last person to see her alive. Armed with this crucial information, detectives brought Matthew in for questioning to further investigate the tragic incident.
Mind if I take my mask off? Had to get the germ declaration first. It's Matthew T, right? 71087. Excuse me, your address? Street. And Matt, where are you working?
Carroll Street, Fire Protection District.
How long have you been there?
A year, 2 months. Or so.
So, you spoke to Melissa's brother on the phone?
Yeah, he called me.
What's her brother's name?
Is it Carl?
Okay.
Um,
What do you call it?
can
Yeah. I think these rooms are audio and video recorded all the time, so probably
I don't know, I've never tried to find out.
$5:30.
What do you tell you?
He asked me if I saw her today. I said, yeah, I was over. And he asked what we talked about, and then he, as he hung up, he said that I was the last one there, and I was kind of alarmed about that.
Okay. What else did he tell you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Melissa's deceased. My understanding is you're working for are you doing contracting in the area?
I did a bit for,
Do you have a side business?
I do odd jobs on the side, so.
Okay. Is it for you, or do you work for somebody?
Just for me.
Okay. Do you have a name for the company, or?
I don't.
Okay. My understanding is you were working in Mount Morris.
No.
You weren't working in Mount Morris today?
No.
Where were you working?
I wasn't working today. I'm off of work.
Off of fire protection work?
I hurt my knee yesterday, and I wasn't able to go to work today.
Okay. So yesterday you hurt your knee at work?
No.
Okay. You hurt your knee in the side job?
No, I was running.
Okay. Did they give you a diagnosis?
I didn't go see anyone. Just did the RICE thing.
What's the race then?
Rest, ice, depression, elevate.
Okay. So you weren't working in Mount Morris doing your side job today? Were you there the previous day?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. The previous.
Today is Wednesday. Were you there Tuesday?
I don't think so.
So did you just drive over to Mount Morris today? Well, what time did you left Malta
Yeah.
and then went to Mount Morris? What time did you get there?
It was around 1. I left also around, just before 1.
And you got to Mount Morris about what time?
Around 1.
How long were you guys ever in a dating relationship?
No, not.
Okay.
In college, we were seeing each other, but
How long have you guys known each other?
uh, 12 or 13.
Where were you guys in college at? Is that when you met?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was at Kish. We didn't meet in college. We met at trivia. She was a host.
What bar, restaurant?
Bar grill.
Was she a server? Or?
No, she worked for like a trivia company.
Okay. So you met at a bar and grill. How long after you guys met did you start dating?
So it was over a year. She was seeing someone else. Say it wasn't really dating.
Okay. So you guys just kind of off and on since 2014?
More off. I had seen two of the girls, and she was with the guy somewhere else.
Okay. So from 2014 until whenever, you guys are just kind of dating other people and...
Yeah, we didn't really interact. I don't know if 2014 is the,
or thereabouts.
it's been years.
Obviously, you were together at some point. She's pregnant, correct? Were you actually dating at the time, or was it just found out she was pregnant?
I didn't just, I don't know, she told me.
Well, I don't mean it that
Oh,
way.
okay.
I mean, obviously, she's pregnant, and so,
Sounds like it was, what was?
when did she notify you that she was pregnant?
May or April.
Have you been to any doctor's appointments or anything else with her?
No, I have not.
Okay. What was the situation? You're notified in April or May that she's pregnant.
We didn't have a good relationship, but for a while, there was a lack of communication. So I with my parents in the last 2 months. Just trying to, I mean, there's a deadline for that, so we were trying to do.
A deadline for what?
For pregnancy, there's a deadline. Like,
Were you guys considering abortion?
I asked her about it, and she said no.
Okay.
Which, it's not my choice.
When did you ask her about abortion?
At the time, I mean,
Was this back in May or April? Okay. Do either of you have any other children?
I don't think she does now.
Okay.
No.
So, did she call you over today?
No, she did not.
You did. Did you call her till you were coming by, or just decided to?
Just stop in and chat. We've had lunch a few times.
Over the course, since April, May, has she been to your house at Malta at all?
No. I just moved there.
How long have you been there?
2-3 months.
Where were you prior to that?
6.
Okay. How about the house in Sycamore? Did she ever stop over there? And
I don't think she didn't know where either. I mean, the city, but she'd never been to either one.
okay. What would you just meet at random spots for lunch, talk? How many times have you been to the house in Mount Morris?
5 or 6.
Since April or May?
No, just like I said, the last 2 months trying to figure out what we're going to do. I think she's the one who moved there not that long ago.
Where was she previous to that?
She lived in the south suburbs. I don't think that's right.
But she was in the south suburbs. Did you go to that house?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've been there.
I mean, regularly, or
No. Was there twice.
would it be considered hookups?
Yes.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
Okay. So for the last 2 months, you've been there 5 or 6 times. So today, you just decided that you were going to buzz over and talk, and got there about 1. How long were you at the house?
It wasn't more than an hour, I don't think.
Is that your car outside you just pulled up in?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't see which side you popped out, you or your dad, so
Oh.
that's your car though?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the one you took today?
Yes.
Okay, so make sure.
How's she been doing with the pregnancy?
Said she's got cramps all the time and tired, but
Any other complications or anything that you're aware of?
initially there was concern,
Okay.
and it sounds like everything alleviated. And
What did she have on the onset as far as complications?
some kind of subarachnoid hemorrhage. Yeah. And this was early on, and I don't know if they did bed rest or I don't remember. Sounds like something that they didn't do interventions, I don't believe.
Okay.
But again, we weren't speaking a whole lot.
So what did you guys talk about today?
Finances. We talked about it before, and I'm previously I wasn't really on board. But today, last couple weeks or so, I want to be involved. So I want to be. Where is?
So you're talking about finances,
Right.
what kind of finances?
And support, and we talked about it before, and she never gave me a dollar amount of what, because I said, if we just keep the courts out, tell me what you think's needed, and we'll work that out. She said that after talking to their family, they didn't think they didn't need anything from me, and so today in wanting to revisit that and be more involved. I know my parents want to be involved.
Where was the conversation in the house?
We sat at the kitchen table, and then her cat was all around.
Was there anybody else in the house when you were there?
No, it wasn't.
Anybody in between come and go?
Right.
Why, I mean, did anybody knock on the door, stop over?
No.
So you had a conversation at the kitchen table for about an hour, then what?
We had sex.
Where was would you have sexual intercourse?
On the couch.
How was she dressed prior to sexual intercourse? What, do you remember what she was wearing?
Jam pants, a hoodie.
And you?
I had on jeans, t-shirt, and sweatshirt.
Same ones you were now, or?
Yeah.
So you had, was there sex and sex of any time, or was it just sex? And you had happened after sex? So
Um,
this is after you guys are
yeah.
conversation, then sexual intercourse, then what happened?
Small talk for 10 minutes when I left. About at 10, I don't know. We laid on the couch for 5 minutes or so. Talking.
So you talked in the living room after sex, got dressed, and then left? Was she still in the living room when?
She walked at the door, she shut the door when I left.
Okay. Did you go out through the garage or the front? Huh?
Front door.
Front door.
I've never been out the garage.
I don't know. Some people enter through the garage. Some people open the garage door, you come in through the garage. Some people go in through the back door, front door. Every house is different. Every house is different. Now, you were there, today's Wednesday. You were there Tuesday as well. Okay. What time? Were you working in Mount Morris that day?
No, Tuesday.
She told her father that, that he had dismissed you because you were there about 30 minutes prior to him.
Monday or Tuesday, I don't recall.
Okay. But it was one of the days.
Yes.
Excuse me. You weren't working in Mount Morris on the side job? And you left from Walton and went over there? Do you remember what time I got over there?
I don't have any side work in there. It was a reason to see her.
Okay. So that's what you told her?
I don't have any side work going on.
Because that's the information we had, that you were doing a side job, and that's...
I didn't know she wanted to see her talk to me, and it seemed it was a excuse to talk with her and kind of cultivate a better relationship, I thought.
Okay. Have you worked any shifts at the Fire Protection District this week?
Sunday.
Okay. So then you're off Monday, Tuesday. Are you on
24/48.
20? Yeah. So you're off Monday, Tuesday.
Yes.
Was today a day off, or?
Today's the day to work.
Okay. Did you take the day off, or?
I called in for injury.
Okay.
I was running and I injured my knee.
Okay. So you called in for a day off.
Yes.
Okay. So it would either Monday or Tuesday, but you don't recall. You don't remember what time you got over there?
Monday. I want to say I was there Monday.
Okay. Do you remember what time you got over there?
Afternoon.
Okay.
Or 1 maybe.
So you left Malta and drove over there. How long were you over there then?
I left by 5 or so.
What did you do while you were over there for the 4 hours?
We just talked that time.
Okay. Where were you at?
Kitchen table. No, I'm sorry, we were on the couch.
What was the conversation in reference to?
They asked about money.
Okay.
That was when she told me that she had already talked to their family, I'm sorry, that they were
I'm sorry?
That was when she had told me that, they weren't gonna go after me for money, they didn't want anything.
Okay. Did you guys do anything else that day?
We didn't, no.
So it's just talking? Did you go out to dinner, have dinner, do anything?
No, I ate before I came.
Okay.
I think she had already eaten.
Had conversation, left? Is there anything that happened recently between you two that decided to, I mean, I think she's supposed to be induced soon, correct? Or was supposed to be induced soon,
I
correct?
think she, Friday, I think.
Okay. Deciding the final hour, right? I mean, as far as that, what sparked the need to have a conversation?
I asked her if I could be there.
Has she reached out to you since marriage? I mean, you know, find out
Yeah.
that she's pregnant. Has she reached out?
Neither of us had good communication.
Okay.
She would send a picture of a sonogram, nothing more.
Okay.
And and I didn't respond and ask questions, and she would send things like that. So for months we didn't have a good relationship about it.
But over the course of 2 days, is what had changed? Or 3 days. Monday, I mean, you're over there about finances. You guys are having conversations. You're having conversations today. I'm just curious what had changed.
She answered me and said that they didn't want money, and after talking to my folks, I mean, I'm not looking to not be involved anymore. I was looking to not be involved, and I talking to my parents, an adult,
And that's
pay your child support,
And
that it's kind of a in to be involved then.
okay.
Was she receptive to you being around a little bit more? It seems like, from one your view, yeah, you're talking about money, but you also, I think, kind of want to be in this kid's life. A little bit, it's starting to seep in, right? Or,
Yeah.
okay. Was she receptive to that?
She said that she would want, time, and it wouldn't be like day one, like, here you go, see you next weekend, that we could work out and schedule visits and then in time, which that would be great.
You guys can schedule a paternity test or anything like that?
I had asked her for one because it seemed silly not to.
When was that?
A long time ago.
Nothing recently, though?
No.
When you left today, were you guys going to see each other again?
Not until after.
So she wasn't, I don't know what the rules are at hospitals.
Right, and
I know some allow fathers.
I don't know what, yeah, every hospital is different.
Was she going to allow you to?
I didn't ask.
So that wasn't in the
I don't know,
conversation.
I couldn't go for she didn't want me to be there for the induction.
Okay.
And so I just figured, we decided after she got home, then I could go over.
So she didn't want you there for the induction. Something you pushed, did you?
I didn't push. I didn't push.
Oh. When you left her, where did you go when you left her today? And been there since?
Yeah, I went to the bank, and then I had at the fire department, we had a system exam tonight.
Okay. Where do you bank at?
Resource.
Is that in, Malta?
Yes.
And then you had to go to fire department?
Yeah. Still volunteer with Malta.
Oh, is that Malta?
Yeah.
And that was just a meeting?
Yeah. An exam.
Prior to Monday or Tuesday, because you were there today, and then you were either there Monday or Tuesday. When was the last time you were at that?
It was a week, or 4 or 5 days before then, maybe.
And you said she's only lived there how long?
Couple of months.
Okay. So about once a week over that 2-month period of time you were at the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else you can think of, Kevin?
All those times that you were there, I mean, you guys got along and everything, right? I mean, everybody was civil. She wasn't mad at you for just popping by randomly, or?
No. She didn't see, so.
I didn't know how receptive she was to you.
Do you have a business card?
Yes.
I turned it through.
It was 2 or 3 weeks ago. She had said that she wasn't sure about, because my parents really wanted to be involved. I said, whether or not you and I have a relationship about this, and that was before we talked money, and I told her, my grandparents' rights are a thing, so my parents are going to want to be involved, whether it's something, that was the only time that we ever had like if you even call it a tiff about it. And then she was much more later, said, that's something we can work on.
Okay. Did you park in the driveway or on the street, or?
Right on the street.
Okay. By the house? I didn't know if family, what your relationship with her other family members were.
I don't know any of her family members.
Okay.
I've seen photos of them on the wall, but I have no relationship with any of them. I don't know.
I just didn't, your daughter's pregnant. You guys are on and off. I didn't know what kind of stress that put on your family, her family, siblings. Do you have any siblings?
I have a sister.
Okay. So I didn't know what kind of tension, if it caused any tension, if everybody was fine, if it was a situation where you kind of had to go over when people were out of the house, so you guys could talk. If, the family allowed you to be over there when they were present. Did you park down the street? Because, because you don't want the neighbors, telling mom and dad, hey, he's over here again because I don't know, but you don't know him at all,
I mean, like I said, I'd seen them in pictures on the wall.
but you never met.
Never met.
Okay. So you just, okay, so it's one of the situations, just park in front of the house and it's fine. Nobody knows names.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Did you guys call or text at all after you left? You and her? Today?
Not today, no.
When's the last time you guys had any phone or text conversation?
Um, this morning.
Was it text? My bad.
Yeah.
Which one are yours?
Or the yellow.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my card. And I wrote his name on there too in case you forgot his.
Okay.
So is that why she assumed you were doing flooring in the area? Said flooring went well.
Yeah.
Do you have a side contracting business or not?
I have done side work, I don't have a side business.
Okay. Do you know anybody in that area that would you'd have to do work for?
In the field?
In the Mount Morris area?
I don't.
Okay. When's the last time you did a side job?
September.
Where was that at?
Malta.
Is that where most of your work is? Malta, Sycamore, DeKalb?
Yeah, if I do any. It's been a long, since I got hired on the fire department, I haven't done a whole lot.
Okay. Where were you working prior to the fire protection district?
I worked on their contract for about a year before that.
Where at?
In Carroll Street. It was PSI, the contract company that, and they don't pay as much as the full-time gig, so I had, and I worked at Malta's Fire Department.
Is that pay on
Paying
call?
bills. It's a volunteer fire department and with a paid staff ambulance.
Okay. So, work the ambulance crew, you get paid? Or is it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So you're full paramedic or EMT?
Okay.
Do they separate it up in Carroll Street? Do you do fire stuff too?
Yeah.
Oh, they do, because in some places they have an ambulance rig and
The contract is strictly on the ambulance, but then they train with the fire, and if situation dictates, sometimes you go with them.
but in Malta everybody's just, I mean, you do both.
I do both.
Fire and paramedic. Anything else?
Okay. We will let you go back out.
After interviewing Matthew, detectives began searching for clues about what might have occurred on the day of the fire. They dusted the house for fingerprints and searched for blood, but both came back negative. On December 1st, 2020, detectives spoke with Melissa's brother to gain insight into Melissa and Matthew's relationship. Her brother disclosed that Melissa had considered the relationship toxic from the start. He mentioned that when Matthew found out about the pregnancy, he started to ghost Melissa. Over time, Matthew began contacting Melissa, asking her to get an abortion, with his requests becoming increasingly insistent. Eventually, Matthew even offered to pay for the procedure. Melissa had told her brother that she did not want to abort the baby and was indifferent to Matthew's lack of interest in being part of the child's life. The brother also informed detectives that Matthew had recently expressed a desire to meet with Melissa to talk. However, Melissa's family had advised her to meet him in a public place due to his erratic behavior over the phone. The brother explained that Matthew's text messages on social media communications with Melissa were harsh and verbally abusive. In one message, Matthew stated he wanted nothing to do with the child, while in another, he angrily berated her for not including him in things like doctor's appointments. On December 8, 2020, Melissa's body was sent to the Peoria County Coroner's Office for an autopsy. The medical examiner concluded that Melissa's cause of death was strangulation. She had contusions on her head and lower extremities, and no soot was found in her airways. Melissa's toxicology report indicated her carbon monoxide saturation level was 2%, within the normal range for non-smokers, which can be up to 3.5%. DNA found under Melissa's fingernails matched Matthew. Detectives served search warrants on both Melissa's and Matthew's phones and collected garbage bags from outside Matthew's home. One of the bags contained a pink Bic lighter, a Fitbit, and several latex gloves. After months of investigation, Matthew was brought back into the police station where the following interrogation took place.
Why don't you think about it?
How come you guys didn't call and just ask me to come in instead of grabbing me at 5 in the morning?
We tried to. Well, we didn't try to call, but stopped over at your house. Left a note, whatever. Came back. It didn't appear that you had stopped back there. He was asking why we didn't just call him to get him to come in.
Right.
What the does that matter, Matt?
I'll be right
We're
back.
here, okay? The methods and the however we use to get to this point doesn't matter. You want to debate and talk about why we didn't just call you or anything else like that? Why don't we talk about what's really important here? Okay? I apologize if this didn't fit your schedule or if this was an inconvenience or we could have done things different or handled this different. But that's what you want to question? You don't want to talk about your child, but you want to question why we didn't call you up and have you just drive over here to talk? Let's talk about your child, man. That's what's really important here. That's why we're here, to talk about your child and what happened to Melissa. So what happened in that house? If you're truly, honestly on the couch having sex with her, and that's what happened, then what happened next, man?
Father to father, what happened, man? As a father, something would happen to one of my children, then I would have to have an explanation. Whether it be for my immediate family, the in-laws, or whoever. That's my responsibility. My responsibility as a man. It's a responsibility I took on when I was 27 years old. And it'll never go away. I have that responsibility to be a father to my children. You understand that? Okay, can you please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have that responsibility. It never goes away. You're a 34-year-old man, I'm a 47-year-old man. All right, can we talk? Matt, can we talk?
Okay.
Can you give me a yes, please?
Yes, we can talk.
Okay. I asked you earlier, did you go over there, drive from Malta to Mount Morris to kill her intentionally? What was your answer?
I said no.
Okay. I asked you if it wasn't intentional, then it was an accident, yes or no? Matt, can you verbalize for me, please?
said, yes.
Okay. Was it an accident? As a man, just let's talk. Verbalize with me, then, please. Can we look at each other, please? All right. We've given you courtesy. We're talking to you as adults, right? As men, all in this room. Can you at least look at me and verbalize? Can you do that for me? Man. Yes? Can we talk? Can we agree that this doesn't go away, correct? Did you have a name for your child?
It wouldn't have been on me to name our child.
Did you have an idea of what you wanted to name the child? What name did you have? Was it going to be Matthew Jr.? Were you going to go with another family name? Were you hoping for another family name for the child?
I was open to whatever she decided. It was not my choice.
Did she tell you what the child's name was?
She didn't. I don't know if she quite had a name yet.
Okay.
She said she had a few.
But she never gave you an idea.
She didn't say no.
Okay. What all transpired that day?
Use your words, man.
You owe it to this child as a man, as a father. You are a father. Matt, what happened? You realize nothing you tell me with the lieutenant's going to shock us, right? So what exactly happened? And Swallow said enough. Can we just clear the air now, please? We've heard you talk, we've heard you use your words. It's time to verbalize what happened. Can we agree to that, Matt? Matt? I'm giving you courtesy, we looked at one another. Can you agree to that? However you need to verbalize it.
Do you want to write this down, Matt? Would that be easier for you to write down what happened that day when you got to Melissa's house? tell us what happened, Matt. And be honest with us.
We've been honest with you. Correct?
Presumably.
We haven't lied to you once.
Right.
Now, I'm not just saying we haven't.
Doubting you,
Okay.
probably.
Can you show us the same courtesy, please?
If you're to this point, why am I not under arrest?
We want your side of the story. There's always two sides to every story. And in your side of the story, I painted you several different scenarios of how this looks.
Quite a picture.
Quite a picture. And I'm asking you which scenario is true.
Do you understand the two different scenarios?
And I'll be honest with you, because like I said, I haven't lied to you yet, and I'm not going to lie to you, Matt. This being a mistake, and you showing up, you guys having sex, and something like that happening, the longer we talk, the more I think that's not what happens. The more I think scenario A happened, that you planned this thing out months ahead of time, if not days ahead of time. And you went over there Monday to kill her, but you didn't have the balls to do it, so you left. And you called off sick, and you went back Wednesday, and you finished what you couldn't do on Monday. And now they're both dead, okay? The longer we talk, you don't talk, you just sit there. The longer you're not saying you're sorry, you're not saying this was a mistake, you're not saying what that happened, okay? I'm starting to think it's because none of that's true. What's true is scenario A, that you went there Monday, couldn't do it, went back Wednesday and finished what you couldn't do on Monday, and got rid of a problem that you were going to have for the next 22 or 23 years of your life, between child support. Do you know how much diapers cost a year for a newborn baby? No, I do. Do you know what college costs for an 18-year-old right now at college? And you're on the hook for half of that for at least 4 years. So if this is not a mistake, and if you're not sorry for killing your kid, then I think scenario A happened, and you got rid of a mistake that happened 9 months ago, that you wanted her to get an abortion, but she wouldn't do it. You offered her money, she wouldn't take it. You offered her money so she wouldn't take you to court. She said she wouldn't take you to court, but you don't got that guarantee. All it takes is after a while, she gets to thinking, shit, what's he make for a year? And I could get some of that money for child support? And is there a way I can tap his pension later? I don't know, but it's worth looking into. If this isn't a mistake and you're not sorry for doing this to your own son, then God damn it, you planned this out ahead of time. And you meant to do this. And you didn't do it the first day, so you came back Wednesday and got it taken care of 2 days before she was going to have your child.
Is that what happened? It's a yes or no. Is that what happened, Matt?
Did I plan to hurt her?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Was this an accident?
Then what really happened? If you want us to believe you didn't plan this out ahead of time, you didn't plan to hurt her, then what really happened that day, Matt?
Did it happen in the living room or in the kitchen? Those are the two places you were in the house. Did it happen in the living room or was she killed in the kitchen? Matt.
Here's where you keep talking to us, Matt, and you tell us, right now, you convince us that this was an accident. You convince us that you're sorry, that you never meant this to happen. But you gotta talk.
It happened in one of two places. It happened in the living room or it happened in the kitchen. Where did it happen? Where was she killed? Matt, which room? Living room or kitchen? It was one or the other. Was she killed in the living room or was she killed in the kitchen, Matt? You're telling us this wasn't premeditated between going over there Monday, going over there Wednesday, and taking a day off. We just don't believe it was accidental, is that correct? You gotta verbalize. So yes or no? Was it accidental? Matt, we just heard you talk. Was it accidental? Was it accidental? Yes or no? Matt, courtesy. I'm using my words, he's using it. We're talking as men. Was it accidental? Matt, you can look at courtesy. You can look at me. Was it accidental? Yes or no? And did it happen in the living room or did it happen in the kitchen? Matt, we just talked. You just talked to the chief too. You guys had a conversation. Was this accidental?
Matt, was this an accident or not?
Did you premeditate this and kill her? Yes or no?
I've already answered that question.
Okay, then answer the next question. Was this an accident? Or was it not an accident?
Did you accidentally kill Melissa? Yes or no? You answered the first one. I know you can answer the second one. Did you accidentally kill Melissa? It wasn't premeditated. Did you accidentally kill Melissa Lamesch? Matt, did you accidentally kill Melissa Lamesch? I need Matthew to answer my question, please. Did you accidentally kill Melissa Lamesch? It wasn't premeditated, correct? What was your answer to that? Well, Matt, what was your answer? Matt, what was your answer when I asked you, was it premeditated to kill Melissa Lamesch? What was your answer?
Your answer was no, I didn't intend to hurt her. That's what your answer was. Okay? Okay, so was this an accident then? Was her death an accident? Yes or no? Matt, was this an accident? Yes or no? Yes or no, Matt?
Would it be easier for you to nod? Was this death an accident?
Matthew, enough. Was her death an accident, yes or no?
You're 34 years old, and you can answer the question.
I what? You're 34. Act like an adult. Take responsibility for things you've done. And tell us what happened.
For that child, please. I know you bear a burden. Do you realize the burden we all bear when we have to deal with this stuff? You go to medical calls, right? You see stuff like this. It weighs on you. Especially when you have children. Causes sleepless nights sometimes. It's a lot of burden on your shoulders. I don't think people realize the burden that we carry sometimes. Do you realize the burden we carry?
As
Okay.
providers, responders, yeah.
Yeah. So you know too, correct? Firsthand what it's like. I'm not asking for much, man. I'm asking for closure. For the family, for us, for everybody. And I think that's a little bit of what everybody deserves. Because I don't want to go home and not sleep at night anymore because of shit like this. It tears you up. Did you kill Melissa Lamesch accidentally? Give me some closure, man. Can you do that for me one way? Did you kill her accidentally? If you did, we'll work through it, but darn it, man. Can you give us a peace of mind? For 9 months we've beared this burden, along with everybody else involved. From father to father. Your intention might have not been that, and who knows how it played out. I don't know what your relationship was with Mom. But darn it, Matt, come on, man. Did you accidentally kill Melissa? Yes or no, Matt? Time to give people closure. Did you accidentally kill her? And was it in the living room or the kitchen? Can you look at me? Can you, out of respect, maybe you don't respect me, don't know, but I've shown you nothing but respect. Can you show me some respect and at least verbalize and answer my question? Is that too much? Is that too much to ask? I'm being serious. That's not too much to ask, is it? Can you answer that? It's not too much to ask, is it? Matt?
Matt, is Melissa's death an accident? Matt, is Melissa's death an accident? Was it an accident? What happened to her? Did you mean to kill her, Matt? Or was it an accident?
I asked you, was it premeditated, and you said what? Matt, what did you say? Matt, look at me. What did you say? What did you tell me? Matt, show me some respect. What did you say? You can talk. You said no, right? Is that correct? Yes?
What happened to Melissa? What you did to Melissa, was it an accident or was it not an accident, Matt? Matt, was it an accident or was it not an accident?
You sat here and had a conversation just a couple minutes ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. At least let's talk, okay? You had pretty much a lengthy conversation, right? What was the conversation about with the chief? What was the conversation about?
He said that we're at a fork.
Okay.
So was Melissa's death, was that an accident or was it not an accident, Matt?
Yes or no?
Was it an accident? What you did to her, was it an accident, Matt? Matt, was it an accident? You can speak. You can say it. Matt, was it an accident? What happened to Melissa? Matt, was it an accident? What happened to Melissa?
But we wanted to tell you this. It's time to get the family and everybody else involved in this closure. You owe it to them to verbalize as a man. Do you understand that? Yes or no? The past can't be undone.
You owe everybody an explanation, okay? Not just your family, her family, us, like Chad said, who spent the last 9 months working on this, but you owe an explanation to the Mount Morris Fire Department, their fucking ambulance crew, your brothers, who showed up that day, who tried to save some lives, who've been living with this for 9 months, your brothers, who do the same job you do in a different town. You owe them an explanation as well, okay? And it starts with you talking, and it starts with you answering this one very simple question, Matt. Her death, what you did to Melissa, was it an accident or was it not an accident? Was that an accident? That you didn't intend to kill her, but it happened. That wasn't your intention, but it happened nonetheless. But that's not what you went there for. It was an accident, is what you're telling us. But I need you to say it.
So all those people at the firehouse that had to go and do that, you owe it to them at least. Because I think they could handle the fact that it was an accident, but if it was premeditated, you said it was not, correct? Is that correct? You said it was not premeditated, yes? Matt, yes? You didn't plan this out, right?
I said I never wanted to hurt her.
Okay, you didn't want to hurt her, but it happened, correct?
But you did hurt her. You didn't want to hurt her, but you did hurt her.
At least the people in the firehouse know that you didn't want to hurt her, but it happened. You know what? People can live with that. I can live with that. Everybody else in this world can live with that.
So if you didn't want to hurt her, what you did do to her was an accident or not? Help us out here, Matt.
If you didn't want to do it, that leads me to believe it was an accident. Is that correct? You and your own...
Yes or no, Matt? If you didn't want to hurt her, what you did to her, though, was it an accident?
You just said you didn't want to hurt her. Is that yes? Answer yes or no. You didn't want to hurt her, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, but it happened, yes?
But you did hurt her. So was that an accident?
If you didn't have the intention of killing her, then you didn't premeditate it. It was an accident, yes? You did not want to hurt Melissa, is that correct? You just said it, Matt. You didn't want to hurt her, yes? You're not that person. What did you just tell us? You did not want to hurt her, is that correct?
Correct.
What happened that it ended up hurting her and killing her? What happened? Did you two have an argument? And if so, what was the argument about that led to this happening? Do you see what I'm saying? We can agree upon you didn't have any intentions of hurting her. You didn't go there that day, Monday or Wednesday, to hurt her, correct? Matt, yes?
Correct.
Okay.
Then what happened on Wednesday that she got
I
hurt?
already talked to you about that.
No, you haven't. What did you do on Wednesday that she got hurt? You didn't mean to hurt her. You didn't want to hurt her, but you did, Matt. So what did you do to hurt her on Wednesday?
Did you guys have an argument? Yes or no? Matt, did you have an argument? Yes or no? Argument? Did the argument turn physical? Did you and Melissa have an argument? Matt, yes or no? We've already got past the fact that you didn't intend to hurt her, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So did you have an argument? It is a very straightforward question, Matt. It is straightforward. It is to the point. Did you guys have an argument that Wednesday while you were at the house?
I asked you, just courtesy, yes or no? I'm asking you a question. Did you have an argument? Matt, did you have an argument?
Matt, did you have an argument at the house on Wednesday while you were there?
Yes or no?
Matt, did you guys have an argument at the house Wednesday? Matt, did you guys have an argument Wednesday at the house?
Your paper said I have the right to not say anything.
You are correct. Did you have an argument at the house Wednesday? Okay, you don't want to answer that question. Why did you choke her?
We can agree you were the only one at the house, correct? You two were the only two there that day. She was strangled, and there's nobody else there.
Why did you choke her, Matt? She died of strangulation. So why did you choke her?
That's up close and personal, man.
You choked the life out of her and you choked the life out of your child. You did. With your hands. There's no denying that, Matt. Your hands took the life of both of them. And I'm asking you, why did you do that?
For her family. If it was one of your family members, would you want answers? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Can you show them that courtesy? Because if it was my sister, my mother, my daughter, my son, I would like to know why. I wouldn't want to bear that burden, to not have an answer, just to be left with the unknown. If somebody strangled my mother, my sister, my daughter, my son, I need to know why. What would cause one of my loved ones to get strangled? What did that person do to deserve that? It would tear me up, but at least if I had an answer, I could be a little bit at peace to know the story behind it. But to be left with the unknown, you just go day after day with that pain stabbing in your goddamn heart. And that's what everybody's going through. That reoccurring pain because they don't have answers. Do you know how much that must feel? Would you want to go through life if that was one of your loved ones not knowing? Matt? Would you want to go through life not knowing?
No.
Wouldn't you like to have a little bit of an idea? No matter how much it hurt to hear, would you rather have somewhat of an answer to bring closure? Yes?
Yes.
That's where they're at. That's where we're at. Because no, was this a family member of mine? No, but working the case, we bear that burden and we have to live with that. And it hurts. And unfortunately, it happens frequently, and we have to bear the burden. And I think everybody just wants to know why, what caused her to get strangled. And I don't think that's too much to ask, man. I really don't. Do you? Matt, is that too much to ask out of anybody?
I have a long answer.
Okay. So do we. And that's part of life. I don't want to have this family bear that burden. Can we put this to rest? Please. For that family, for us, for everybody. Can we provide them answers that they're seeking, that they deserve? Can we do that? Matt? Would that be too much to ask for that family? Yes or no? Is that too much to ask for a family?
It's not too much to ask, no.
Why did you strangle her? Please, Matt. Why did you strangle her? It's to that point that I just have to know. Was she an evil person? Matt, was she an evil person?
Melissa was not an evil person.
Okay. Pretty good gal. I know that you guys had off and on again, right?
Misguided as we all can be.
Yeah.
Good girl.
You know what? We're all.
Everyone has their quirks about them, yes.
Yeah. Why did you strangle her? Matt, why? Did you just get to that point? She seemed like a pretty loving, caring person. Would you say that? Was she excited about the child? And being a mother? Okay. Thank you for answering. So she's pretty upbeat and excited about being a mom.
Later on, yeah.
Maybe not initially, but as things progressed, yeah? All right. Can you provide me with? Can you answer why you strangled her? Please. Yeah. Just one question. Can you answer the one? Why did you strangle her? Can I have the answer as to why, please? What happened that day that caused you to do that? I think the family deserves to know. Just the answer to one question. Would you agree? They should know why their daughter had been strangled? What's that?
Yes.
Okay. That's not too much to ask for the family, correct? Yeah. They deserve to know why their daughter had been strangled, right?
Yes.
Why? For her father and her mother. Why was she strangled, Matt? I'd like to be able to get her parents' closure. For the sake of her parents, as parents that are also in this room. Provide that peace of mind. Matt, can you do that? We can agree that they deserve that kind of closure, correct?
You already asked that a few times.
But I'm asking you again, just yes. Matt, yes. They deserve that kind of closure. So why was she strangled? You ever lost a loved one? Any suspicious circumstances or anything? Any friends? Close acquaintances? I'm sure your time in the medical field, you've seen some things that are suspicious. Right? You've probably been at the homicide scenes and whatever else, right? I'm sure you guys get answers to some of those things, you know. you guys want to know and be kept apprised as to what's going on, correct? Because sometimes it affects you when you see it, right? Whether it be a blurb in the newspaper or talking directly to some of the guys at PD, or whether it be city, county, whatever, right? You guys find out what happened to people. Because it can bring closure even in your job to some of those situations, right? Yes?
Probably.
Yeah, it does. This family deserves it just as much as any other family. Melissa deserves a closure, and so does your child.
Why'd you choke her?
She was choked, but there's always the lie. And the lie is more important than anything else.
Why'd you choke her, man?
So I know that had to go on for a good couple of minutes. You know, you didn't mean to hurt her. That's the scenario with a lot of people. Unfortunately, it happened.
The whiteness around her neck shows us that's where she was choked. All this redness here and on her shoulders and everything is evidence of strangulation. That's from the blood vessels popping, because the blood can't go up and come back down to the heart. This void here, this whiteness, is where she was strangled.
You know what that does to the eyes? You know what that does to your eyes?
There's a term for it.
Fatigue.
Yeah.
But it also, it's not just, it doesn't just show up in the eyes, it shows up on the skin, it shows up on the mouth, it shows up in the gums, it shows up in her tongue. It's everywhere north of where this strangulation occurs. So why did you do it, Matt?
That's what Melissa looked like the last time you saw her. When you saw that picture, I could see it in your expression. That's the last time you saw Melissa. That's what she looked like.
Why did this happen, Matt?
She deserves answers. She's sitting right there. What would you say to her right now? She's sitting right there. Matt, what would you say to Melissa? She's right there. Do you have anything to say to her? Smother your child.
Matt, why did you do that to her?
Were you involved in another relationship that you didn't want them to know that you had a child? I know you guys weren't dating. I mean, we've established that. But was there somebody else in your life that you just didn't want them to know that you had a child in your life? Was that going to be a burden on that relationship? Were you dating anybody at the time?
Yes.
Who were you dating?
Katie.
What was Katie's last name?
Or
Okay. Where's she from?
Kel.
Okay. How long have you guys been in a relationship? Just a rough estimation at that time.
Over a year.
So you guys had been dating like when she got pregnant?
Yeah.
Okay. Had she always lived in DeKalb, or
No.
are you guys currently dating?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that who was in your car this morning?
Yes.
Did she know about Melissa?
No.
She had no idea you guys hooked up and now she was going to have your child? No?
So you and Melissa were still kind of on again, off again, even though you were dating Katie? Just a couple hookups here and there, or? Did Katie know that she was pregnant?
No.
So had Melissa given birth on Friday, that would have been a surprise to Katie. Is that correct?
Yeah. I was
What evening?
Tuesday night or Wednesday night?
Wednesday.
Does Katie have any children or no?
She's not.
Okay. How did you and Katie meet? You guys meet out socially, online, through work? And how did you and Katie meet? Were you seeing any other women on the side besides Melissa? Or was it just Melissa periodically? So it'd be pretty about the time you and Katie started dating that she became pregnant? Or was it a little bit into the relationship? Matt, were you guys involved for a few months, or was it right at the beginning of your and Katie's relationship that you found out? You said Melissa called you about the pregnancy, correct? Was that right when you and Katie started dating?
No. You were dating Katie and you cheated on her with Melissa. And then hid the fact that you were cheating on her. And then hid the fact that Melissa was pregnant and you were going to have a child. And even this morning when we were at your house, she had no idea why we wanted to talk to you.
Was that correct?
You know how bad that looks, man? This looks like the first scenario where you went there Monday and couldn't do it. Went back Wednesday and got it done.
What kind of pressure was Melissa putting on you? Did she want you to be involved or not? Or were you just involved with Katie and wanted nothing to do with Melissa and the child? If that's the case, so be it. It happens. There's plenty of people out in this world that don't want to be a mother or father. They put them up for adoption or whatever the case is. But Katie has no idea about Melissa, correct?
Correct.
Had no idea that she was pregnant, correct? If she didn't know about Melissa, then she didn't know she was pregnant, correct?
And you're going to break up with Katie on that Wednesday night or that Tuesday night? Wednesday night. What was Tuesday night?
Tuesday night was...
No. Some would call it a booty call.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah.
Who was that with?
Was that Katie or was it somebody else? It should be the other one, right? You're gonna go to the grotto, maybe get a toy, some booze. Went to the house by the fire station. You can't handle it, challenge accepted. They asked for your address, 206 South First Street. What's your time frame? I don't know yet. Gotta ask my roommate to watch the kids. Who was that booty call? Put me to bed, you want me to go to the grotto. If we meet there, we could pick up a toy to help you come a little harder. Says your dick is enough. Toys are usually cold. Your buddy just left, changing into comfy pants. Do you remember who that was, Matt? You guys were going to have sex in the shower. Do you remember where I live? You got drinks for the road, grab some claws, some IPAs. You got the Christmas and one called Fuck COVID. Sounds like they wanted to get drunk. You remember what girl that was, Matt? Coming around Peace after 64, yeah, almost to the fire station. Should I come in? I'm heading out. And then sometime after midnight, drive safe, have a great night. Can't wait to do it again. Do you remember what girl that was, Matt? Matt, do you remember what girl that was? Was that Katie? No, because they talked about putting the kid to bed, didn't they? Yeah. Katie didn't have any kids. So, it's not Katie. What girl was that? The one right up front. Was it Alyssa? Alyssa? Is that who the booty call was Tuesday night?
You're asking or you're telling?
I'm asking. Is that who it was? Oh. What? I guess let's get. It was Alyssa the booty call that night.
Yes.
Okay.
She was over by the fire station there.
Does Katrina know about Alyssa? No. I see that she.
How did you meet Alyssa? Like, was it online, Tinder account, something?
From college.
Who's Ellen?
She was a friend of a girl I dated
quite a few text messages going back and forth between the two of you. The day of the murder. Brittany. Well, Ellen was the first person you sent a text message to after you got home from Malta that Wednesday night. She had texted you several times. So did Katrina or Katie while you were in Malta and left your phone at home. I'm guessing Katie knows nothing about any of this. So you called off work on Wednesday because you had a some type of lower body injury because you had gone running the day before. But your leg's fine to go meet up at Melissa for a booty call that night. You told those these guys on your interview that Wednesday night that you didn't go see a medical professional, you just did the rest, ice, compression, elevation. Doesn't sound like it. Sounds like cheating on my girlfriend the night before I go visit Melissa. So why did you choke her? Why did you strangle her?
You had sex with Melissa, and 12 hours later you're having sex with Melissa.
And then she's dead.
You weren't hurt when you called in sick, or called in medical. I can look it up because somebody asked. They saw you on whatever list. Tell a doc or whatever, I'll find it, but tell the staff. Told them you sprained your knee while you're out running, but sounds like you were having some beers, going over, had intercourse with Melissa, come home, and then 12 hours, and not even that, less than, had sex with Melissa.
So you kept the fact that you cheated on Katie with Melissa, and then Melissa was pregnant, you kept that from Katie. And in the meantime, you're cheating on Katie with Alyssa, and Katie didn't know about that. And I'm sure Alyssa don't know about Melissa. I'm sure Katie doesn't know about Alyssa, and I'm sure neither of them knew about Melissa, and the fact that you're going to be a dad in 2 days. And then I'm not even asking about your relationship with Ellen. Who knows what you're doing there, okay? Okay. Which all adds to the theory that your child is going to interfere with your lifestyle. Not only were you going to have to pay money every month either on your own or court-ordered forced money every month to Melissa to take care of your child, who you didn't even want. But you could end up having every other weekend with your child, which is going to cut down on you going out and dating and banging whoever you want to.
You're 2 days away from your girlfriend finding out that you had a child, and you were going to have to explain why you had a child. Correct? Katie's going to ask, right? She's going to know that it takes 9 months, right? She was going to know that that child was conceived in the time you were dating. Is that correct? At some point in time, it's coming out, right? Yes? You guys had been dating already, right? So at some point, she's going to know. Oh, your parents didn't even know until Melissa confronted them, correct? Is that right?
So your world was about to change dramatically in 2 days. You were about ready to be tied down one way or the other for the rest of your life to these two. And you weren't going to be able to go out and, because I don't believe Katie would have stuck with you through all this, knowing that you cheated on her with her and had this. So Katie's out of the picture. And then who knows about Alyssa? She's sticking around through all this because she don't know anything about this, and Katie don't know about Alyssa, and who knows if Alyssa knows about Katie because she don't know about this. So your world was about ready to get turned upside down in 2 days. So you did what you thought was right in the moment and took care of that problem. So you could keep living this lifestyle over here. So you and Katie would still be together, even though you said you were going to break up with her, but you didn't. And who knows how many other girls are out there or that you've cheated on since this. So in a moment, your life, in 2 days, your life was going to change. And in one moment, you took care of that problem, but you created a much bigger one for yourself. Because when you went over there, you didn't realize the neighbor across the street saw you show up. And then what you didn't realize is that when you knocked on the door, Melissa's on the phone with one of her sisters and says, Matt's here again. He needs to stop just doing this. Stop showing up. And she's like, I'm going to talk to him, and I'll call you right back, and got off the phone. And obviously she never called her sister back. But you never counted on the neighbor seeing you, and you never counted on her being on the phone with her sister. And then all of a sudden you get this phone call. You get text messages and a phone call from Carl, and you don't take them. And then eventually you talk to Carl that night, and he knows that you were there. You thought nobody in the world's going to know I was here. I left my phone at home. The cops can't even track my movement on my phone because I left it at home. It's not going to show me at her house. I won. That's what you're thinking. But you didn't count on the neighbor. You didn't count on her being on the phone at the time.
And even when you stopped over 2 days previous, you don't think she told her family that it was odd that you stopped by? You followed her into the bedroom, and she thought, as she was walking back to the bedroom, she thought it was creepy as hell, man.
She had good reason to think that. Who would have thought 2 days later he would show up
Again.
and do that?
See what we're saying, Matt? Do you see what we're saying about facts? Yes? I don't think that's too hard to answer.
I've heard what you said, yes.
Okay. So do you see why we question if this was premeditated or if it was an accident? Yes? Can you see why we think it's premeditated? Yes? Let me ask you this. I take somebody from the public and present them with all the facts that I've laid out on the table, right? What do you think somebody in the public's going to think? Do you think they're going to say, that doesn't sound like an accident to me? Would you agree? I take anybody out and present them with those facts. What do you think they're going to say? It's premeditated? And the answer would be yes. That's what they're going to think. And what did you tell me? You didn't mean to hurt her, correct? That was your, I didn't mean to hurt Melissa, correct? Yes? Did you tell me that? Maybe 30 minutes ago, you said you didn't mean to hurt Melissa, correct?
But you did. Whether or not you meant to or not, Matt, you did. And we want to know why.
And this is why it's vitally important. On its face, do I think you intentionally did it? No. But remember when I said everybody needs closure? Everybody needs a peace of mind. Can you put everybody's minds at ease? And tell me why this was an accident. Can you do that? So Alyssa, she's from the past, with somebody you've known a while? Katie, somebody you knew a while? Does Katie live in DeKalb, you said? And Alyssa lives in DeKalb? Y'all ever wonder if they're ever going to cross paths or you're going to see each other when you're out and about? Does that ever cross your mind? Or do they look? Not running the same social circles. You're running around like a teenager or somebody in their early 20s and you're in your mid-30s. That was a burden and a responsibility that you weren't willing to take on. Because you're acting like a goddamn kid. Right?
What's Katie going to say about all this?
How is she going to feel?
Just the fact that you've hid this secret from her all these months.
What do you think she's going to say, Matt? It's a fair question. What do you think she's going to say?
Nothing good.
How long will it be carried on with Alyssa? Because judging by the text message, that wasn't the first encounter. Had that been going on for a while? Matt, had that been going on for a while? How long have you and Alyssa been in a relationship? Booty call. Friends with benefits, a hookup. How long has that been carrying on? It's all out in the open. Couple months? More than that?
So none of these girls knew about Melissa and that you're going to be a father. Your parents didn't know about Melissa and you're going to be a father until Melissa told them. Because you never even told your parents. She had to be the one to tell your parents that this was coming up. None of the people you work with knew that you were going to be a father. None of the people you work with knew that your child died that Wednesday night. 9 months later, none of them have a clue.
And you've worked there 2 years?
2 years. And is it Chief Rob Schultz? Is that your chief?
Yes.
What do you think he feels right now?
What do you think your chief feels?
Probably shock.
Shock would be one word. He's been having sleepless nights and stomach knots for the last week. Once he realized that this day was coming.
And you know what caused part of that? Not even knowing. He said that house, all the houses, the family. How in the hell could we not know?
this little secret you kept from everybody is now out in the open. And your fire chief had no idea that this was going on or that you were wrapped up in any of this. And Katrina, Katie had no idea about any of this, but that's soon to be all out in the open too. And your mom and dad, we stopped by and check on them, and check on you one time, see how they were doing, see how they were doing. But we haven't talked to them in 9 months. They had no idea about the extent of all this. But that's all about to change too. Your life as you know it is just blown up. Every aspect of your life.
One secret has evolved into this.
Because of what you did to her. So you can sit here and not answer questions, Matt.
Or for the sake of all those people, you owe it to them.
You can sit here and not answer any question. Just sit here and just look at us when we say yes, no. You can sit here and do that all you want. But the life you had when you woke up this morning, that life is over. Everything is gone. Everything that you thought was right is now, it's all gone. Your world's been turned upside down. And it's not going to end today. It's going to get worse as the days go on.
Katie's going to tell her family, her friends, Ogle will do the same thing. Word's going to travel around the firehouse. It'll get out to surrounding departments.
If they even let you come back to the firehouse.
But it will be talked about. People will know. And people are going to wonder why. You think you owe it to those people? I would say you do. Because you've been living a lie all this time, even prior to, from the time you found out that she was pregnant, it's been a lie that whole time.
And Jason sat right here, and he told you earlier that people are automatically going to assume the worst of you and the worst of what happened to those two bodies. He told you that was going to happen. And I know you heard him, because he said it several times. And all these people we just talked about, between the girlfriends, the hookups, your parents, your fire stations, your fire chief, your lieutenant that I talked to on the phone this morning, they're all going to assume the worst of you, automatically. And he told you it was going to happen.
Did he tell you that when you were sitting here? He did.
And we've asked you several questions several times, and you just sit here and you just look at us. He told you what was going to happen. We just proved to you what's going to happen. And I'll say it again, I ain't lied to you yet. That all is going to happen. So whatever life you have, whatever world you live in, it's gone.
"9 months we put into this thing. Presented you with the facts, correct? Yes? I mean, I'm not lying. I'm reading you.
All right.
So why did you choke her?
To those people are going to want answers, especially your parents.
Did you do it to keep your secret a secret, to keep living your life that you were enjoying? Because that's what it looks like, Matt. Get rid of Melissa, get rid of the child, I can keep doing whatever I want. I don't have to tell Katie what happened, that I cheated on her and got her pregnant. I don't have to, I can keep doing whatever I want and keep living my life. Is that why you did it, Matt?
Or can we tell your family, the fire chief, Katie, and everybody else that you are not a monster and this was all an accident? Because it's going to make your world a little bit better place and give those people a peace of mind. Because can you imagine how they feel? Can you imagine how they feel, Matt? Yeah. Okay. Can we put some people's minds at ease a little bit? Because that might cause problems for people. Because they're going to doubt themselves and wonder, oh shit. You think how Katie's going to feel, right? Think about mom and dad, how they're going to feel. Can we put their minds at ease a little bit? If anybody deserves it, they do. They deserve to hear it from you, right? Can we agree to that, Matt? It's not causing any more problems for anybody else. Can we agree to that? Yeah?
Have a cup of coffee or water.
I'd like to get this started. I'd like to get us going down the path of truth. I think we've danced around the truth long enough, Matt. You've heard the term tying up loose ends? Yeah. This all appears that you were tying up some loose ends. So tell us it wasn't. Explain to us that this wasn't that. If it was an accident, her death, what you did was an accident, then tell us. Will you do that for us, man?
Let those people hear that it was an accident. Give them some peace of mind.
What happened that day, man? Matt, what happened? Come on, man. We're there. It's time. What happened, Matt?
So you have to trust, man. At least give Katie some peace of mind, alright? If anything, give her a little bit of closure and peace of mind. that's too much to ask for her, do you? Is that too much to ask, man?
What happened, Matt?
You made a mistake, man. Yeah. Matt, was it a mistake?
Your sound is not going to put anybody's mind at ease. Your sound is not going to explain your side of it and what happened.
It doesn't feel darn very good. Your silence makes those people think. Worst case scenario. Are you a monster? Matt? Are you a monster? I'm asking that. Or are you guy that's caring and compassionate?
We're painting a picture and you already have your own opinion.
I don't. You know what my opinion is? My opinion is that you do have compassion, you do have a heart, and you do care. That's exactly what I think. But you know how society is? You see it on social media, right? You see it out in the road. Huh? I didn't hear, I'm sorry.
I said the media, yes.
Yeah. They're a bunch of vultures, aren't they? It doesn't matter. People formulate opinion. People formulate opinions about us. Look at how the police are in the news, right? It doesn't have to be directly us, but the profession, right? Do you think we receive a very warm welcome? Would you agree that we don't? Regardless of what it is, we don't. I don't think that of you at all. I don't think the first time we spoke. I don't think it now.
Use the restroom.
Yeah. Coffee, water.
Coffee, please. So what I was saying, that you think that I automatically formulate an opinion on you, you're wrong. I don't work. All right. Fair enough.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I don't. Right? I have seen some people that were that way. You know how small percentage that is? Very small.
Of what?
People that are monsters. That's a very small percentage of people. All right? I don't think that's you. Why would you be in the line of work that you're in, correct? Wouldn't make sense, would it? You have to care for people and have some compassion, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't do the line of work you do. If you're gonna work with the public, there has to be something there.
You know, do it for free for 15 years.
Is that what you did? 15 years, free? Where at?
Malta.
Okay. Through, what is that, throughout high school, college?
Yeah, started when I was 17 in high school.
Okay. Is that paid volunteer or not?
It was all volunteer. 4 or 5
And then eventually it worked.
years,
Oh,
years, 4 or 5 years ago, they started paying for the ambulance because there's only 3 or 4 of us. You can't really call it a volunteer and give a decent service to the community.
So are you a EMT or paramedic? So you have a paramedic license and then we're able to provide a service to your community, correct? So you went through those steps so you can, have you lived in Malta all your life?
I have.
Okay.
I lived in Sycamore for 2 years.
But you grew up in, throughout your high school years?
Spent summers here at camp.
Where at? In Ogle or?
Scout. Scout Park.
Okay.
Ogle.
So to think that I've formulated a different opinion of you, you're wrong. All right? So my opinion of you is different than what you thought, and that's why. So if you want an explanation as to why, that's why.
Speaking of explanation, Matt, you owe everybody involved in your life, Melissa's family, an explanation.
There's children here.
You owe them an explanation.
Because you are that kind of person.
You can't undo what you did. The only thing you can do is try to make it easier for those people to accept what happened that night and help them move on with their lives.
Because Matt is that person.
You owe them. So what really happened that night, that day?
I think I need to talk to an attorney or something.
I couldn't hear you.
I think I need to talk to an attorney, I guess. I don't know.
That's your choice. We'd like to get an explanation of what really happened that day. So that we can help you explain to everybody what really happened. Will you tell us what really happened that day, Matt?
What I'm seeing is that caring, compassionate man. That's where the conscience is. That's why I know my opinion of you was right, other than what you thought. I thought of you. As I can see it. I can see you have a heart. You care about people.
So what happened? Let it out, man. You're gonna feel so much better inside. This stress, this thing that's been eating at you, that's been destroying you on the inside that you can't see.
You're showing your face, your eyes.
What happened to Melissa? If you never wanted to hurt her, then tell us what did happen. Matt, what happened?
You can't carry the burden forever. You just can't.
Matt, what happened to Melissa?
Silence, I just gotta keep breathing.
Pardon?
Silence that.
It's silent now, isn't it?
Well, it's aside from still vibrating, I just hit the...
Oh, that's fine.
Man, what happened? Come on.
This burden, man, you can't live with it.
What happened that day?
We can establish it was a mistake, man. When we talked about your character, right? We sat and had a few minute conversation about your character and who you are, who Matt is. Right. I told you what my opinion of you was, right? Was I wrong? No. And people would mention all that you're a good person too, correct?
What was that?
The people that we previously mentioned know you're a good person, correct?
Matt, what happened to Melissa? be honest with your child. Matt, what happened? You go over there, she lets you in. What happened next? It's time to give everybody an explanation. It's time to give everybody closure. 9 months is a long time. It's gone on long enough. Matt, what happened?
Everything's out in the open. All this stuff is out there. That whole big secret, that secret that you carried, it's off your chest, man. So that secret that you carried, now that it's out there, it has to be a relief. Would you agree?
Matt, why did you strangle Melissa? Just tell us why. She has a mom, a dad, brothers and sisters, a grandma. There's not a day goes by they don't wake up wanting to know why this happened. Tell us why this happened. Let us put that family's mind at ease. Let them finally get some sleep at night. They lost a daughter. They lost a sister. They lost a granddaughter. They lost a grandchild. Great-grandchild. A nephew. Give them closure they were looking for. Don't make them be the people that go on not knowing what happened. They don't want to know. They just want to know what happened. They don't need to know everything. But they need to know something. Give them the closure. What happened to Melissa? Matt, why did you choke her? Why was she strangled?
You know how? Still why it's important, man. You're talking about the why is, we know what happened, it's the why. That's what makes a difference.
I mean, did you hate her and did you want her dead? Or did something just snap? And you made a mistake and it got out of control. The end results are the same. But what caused this will say a lot.
Did you hate Melissa? Matt, did you hate her?
I did not hate Melissa.
Okay. But what happened there, Matt, at the house that caused this?
You didn't hate her. Didn't need to hurt her. She was quirky, but you said she was a good person, correct?
I said everyone has their quirks.
What was her quirks?
I can't think of them right now.
What would be one that would stick out far beyond any other?
I don't know offhand. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, offhand, tell us what happened to Melissa. I mean, if you didn't hate her, then why did this happen, Matt?
The explanations, it's very important. It matters to all of us. Do you realize how much it matters to me, to Brian, and to other people? Do you? Do you know how much it matters to me?
Let's see if that matters.
It does. Don't get any extra pay. You know how salary is in the service industry, right? It's not, in our industry, it's not that great. We do it for a reason, because we love what we do. At the end of the day, it matters. Just like you do.
happened, Matt? I want you to think back, man, to that afternoon. And you showed up at our house. And you guys talked, you had sex, and everything else that happened before you left. I want you to think back to everything you did to her that day. Okay? Not just the strangulation, which is a fancy word for saying choked. But I want you to think back to everything else that you did to her that day. Okay? And realize we already know. Realize we already know about her other injuries. And the strangulation is what killed her. The other injuries didn't kill her. But she had numerous other injuries. But realize we already know that. So you can go ahead and talk about it, because it's not going to tell something we don't already know. So think about everything you did to her that day. We already know. What you probably didn't know was she has a bite mark on her tongue from when you choked her. She bit down on her tongue so hard she left a bite mark on her own tongue as she's being choked. You probably didn't realize that. It didn't kill her. But to imagine how hard you have to bite on your own tongue to leave a bite mark. Not asking you about all the other injuries and everything you did to her that day. I want to know why you choked her. So you can go ahead and be honest with us. Because if you didn't want to tell us the truth and be honest with us because you were afraid you were going to say something, make it sound worse than it is, we already know everything that happened to her body. Something happened in that house that set you off into a fit of rage. Not the Matt we're talking to right now, but something else. You snapped. And not only did you choke her, you also did other things to her, caused other injuries. So what happened? What made you snap like that? What made you turn from the Matt we've been talking to into the guy that lost it? What happened, Matt? What caused you to change like that in an instant? It's not like you smothered her with a pillow and then thought maybe people are going to think she died in her sleep. That didn't happen. You choked her. You beat her. You caused internal injuries. You caused external injuries. You did so much damage to Melissa that in your mind you thought the only way to cover up what you had done to her that day was to start a fire in the house and hope that the fire would burn away all the evidence. Her injuries, you being there, that the fire would hide everything. But as you can see, there's not a lot of fire damage to her. That was a survivable fire. If she'd have been laying on the kitchen floor, and when the firemen found her and she was alive, she'd still be alive right now. But you did so much to her that you thought the only way I could hide this, her injuries, what happened to the body, is to try to light the house on fire. But the fire burned itself out. It smoked a lot. But it used up all the oxygen that was available at the time. And didn't do a whole lot of fire damage. Her carbon monoxide level is 2%. And a normal, healthy person who doesn't smoke, their level is at 3.5%. So there was no carbon monoxide in her. There was no soot in her. She was dead before you lit that fire to try to cover up what you had done to her. So what did you do to her? What'd you do to her?
See how the truth keeps revealing itself.
Matt, what did you do to Melissa? For someone that didn't hate her and didn't want to hurt her, you hurt her a lot. You caused a lot of pain. And you strangled her until she died. Why did you do that, Matt? What's the reason?
Everything happens for a reason in this world.
A fireman who starts a fire is not looked very favorably in your line of profession. A baby killer doesn't sound good in any profession. So why did this happen? Matt, why? Why did you do these things? Why'd you do this, Matt?
Try to keep the secret the best you could. All of them. Her, the death, everything. But eventually everything unravels. Right? Eventually you can only keep the secret and then the truth finally reveals itself. And that's what's happening in many different aspects, a lot of aspects of your life.
You beat the shit out of her. You choked her. And you lit her house on fire, Matt. Why? Why, Matt? Are you sorry for what you did?
she knows you're sorry.
Can you at least say you're sorry for everything you did to her, your child in that house? Are you sorry for that, Matt? You beat her, you choked her, you lit her house on fire. You tried to burn her body, your child's body, to cover up what you did to her. Are you sorry for that, Matt? Are you, Matt? A simple yes or no is all I'm looking for. Do you have any remorse? Do you feel any guilt inside for that? For taking lives?
For 9 months you've carried on just as normal as can be. How many times have we heard from you about your child? How many times have you reached out to me? Simple question. How many times have you reached out to me since this?
0.
None.
0.
Right. 0. You haven't once reached out to me to find out what's going on with the case. About your child? No. Why is that? I'd like to hear an explanation why you haven't reached out to me. I want an answer to that. I deserve an answer to that. Why have you not reached out to me? As a man, just tell me, why haven't you reached out to me? Give me some peace of mind. What is the reason you have not reached out to me? You gotta have an answer for it. I gave you my card, told you to call me, anything you needed, right? When we left that, talked to your dad that night, haven't heard from you. Why haven't you reached out? Well, told you the door was always open. Give me a call. My phone rings 24/7, 365. Right? Why didn't you reach out to me? I deserve an explanation to that at least. Because Melissa's family, every goddamn week, every week they call. Sometimes twice a week, wanting to know what the status of the case is. Why haven't you reached out to me?
I can answer that because he knows what happened to his child. You're asking if we found the killer because you are the killer, man. You killed Melissa and you killed your baby.
You have the answers. Melissa's family doesn't. No reason to get a hold of me. You already know.
Matt, why did you do that to Melissa?
He killed her. You know how everything played out. That's why he didn't reach out to me. Obviously, we've gone through everything pretty much everything that we have, but, right? So I've obviously done an investigation throughout these 9 months. Would you agree to that?
Did an investigation,
Okay.
Why, Matt? Why did you beat her, strangle her, and light her house on fire? What set you off to do all that? What turned you from the guy who's working in the profession of saving lives and being there to help people to doing this? Why, Matt? What happened that afternoon that turned you into something you're not, that you never intended to be, that you didn't grow up wanting to be? You're a public servant. You're there to help the public. You're there in times of crisis and times of needs to help people, not do that. So what turned you from what you were into the person that did that? What happened, Matt? Matt, talk to me. What turned you into that? We're waiting, Matt. We're here to listen to you, to hear your side of the story. For you to explain to us what happened that day, what was going on, what led to this. But you need to speak, Matt. You need to say something. You're 34, correct? Stop acting like you're 14. You're a grown-ass man who made a mistake. Who needs to own up to their mistakes. So be a man, and let's talk about this. What happened that day, man? What happened, Matt? Matt, what happened? I don't know how many times I can say it or how you want me to phrase it. What caused all this to happen? What happened at Melissa's house to cause this? What led to this? Was it an argument? Did she yell at you? Did she hit you and you acted back? What? Something led to this. What is it, Matt?
Or did you not get your way? Because she wouldn't have an abortion. You didn't have any control over the situation. It ruins a relationship and it ruins all the running around you're doing on your girlfriend. Carefree playboy lifestyle. I think that's what Matt liked. I think women are an issue for you. Is it the rush of having 2 or 3 women running around, trying not to get caught? Maybe it's a rush. The reality was going to slam that door shut in about 2 days. And then there's a possibility that maybe you work out an agreement. I think that she wanted you to be involved in the life of that child.
I don't know. I still say the longer you sit here and act like you can't understand English, the more I think you went there Monday, scenario A, you went there Monday, you were going to kill her Monday, you backed out, you didn't do it, you went home, you banged Alyssa on Tuesday, you call in sick on Wednesday with an injury or whatever, and you're not, because you're banging her on Tuesday, and you go there Wednesday, you sneak into the house, she lets you in, but you sneak down the road, she lets you in, and you kill her, thus killing your child, and then beat her and strangled her, and she's dead, and your child's dead, and then you light the house on fire to hide the fact that you did that to her, hoping it would burn up in the fire, and you went home to go about your merry way, thinking nobody would have thought you were even there.
Because as far as we're concerned, you're a ghost to that family. And I hate to say it about it, but to you, in your world, that was just another piece of ass. And she ended up getting pregnant.
So other than you, your mom and dad unfortunately found out about the baby because she told them, because you weren't even going to tell your own mom and dad. But none of these other people had any clue about it. And with 2 days to go before the birth of your child, you decide to kill them both. To continue living your lifestyle and not have to worry about being tied down to that or to have him, whatever the reason is. I don't know, because we're just going to have to speculate because you just sit there and look at us. So as much as you say you didn't hate her and as much as you say you didn't mean to hurt her, I can't find any of that to be honest, Matt. I'm looking for a reason, I'm asking you for a reason why you went there that day and turned from the Matt I've been talking to for hours into the guy that full of rage and beat her and choked her and killed her and lit her house on fire. I'm looking for you to give me the reason why all that happened. and you're not. And I think it's because I'm just fucking babbling right now because you went there to fucking kill her. So you have no reason. You have no reason to say why you went from being nice man public service to a fucking monster and killed them and lit the fucking house on fire, because that doesn't exist. Because you went there to kill them. Because nothing happened in that house to set you off. You know, my wife can come home and do something, say something, and boom, it sets me off. None of that shit happened with you because you showed up with the intent to kill.
You backed out on Monday. You called in sick on Tuesday. You go have sex with Alyssa. 12 hours later, you're over there.
So you never showed up to talk about money and everything else like that. You drove from Malta to there, leaving your phone at home so cops couldn't track you, because you've probably seen that somewhere, read it somewhere on the fucking internet. And you drive there, she opens the door, bam, it's on. Whether you had sex with her before or after you killed her, I don't fucking know. Because the damage I seen to her body, the injuries you did to her, I don't know if you had sex with a dead body or a live body, man. I don't know. But you didn't go there to talk about money, and you didn't go there to talk about whether or not you could be there for the birth of your child. You went there to kill her. And then you lit the fire to cover up the fact that you killed her and you killed your child.
And that didn't work.
So you might as well just say, guys, I went there to kill her. Because that's what it looks like.
You probably half shit your pants when Carl called you on the phone and found out that you're over at the house. Because I can guarantee I called you that night, and I called you twice. It was probably a good 40 minutes after that. And there was a delay coming over to the Rochelle. You knew why I wanted to talk to you that night. You knew you were the only person, the last person in that house.
You even lied to your fucking friend on the phone. Carolyn, was that her name? Because when you won't take Carl's phones or anything, he reaches out to a mutual friend, he believed, Carolyn, and got a hold of her, and she eventually gets a hold of you. He says, hey, Carl wants to talk to you because apparently there was a fire at his sister's house, and you tell her, I haven't seen her in forever. Bullshit, you were just fucking there. You had just killed her. You killed her, and then you lied, said you haven't seen her in forever. And then you talked on the phone with Carl. And then you're like, oh, I was there, but I was only there for like 15 minutes. Bullshit. You were there way longer than 15 minutes.
Long enough to have sex, at least.
We got your car coming into town on camera, and we got your car going through Oregon on camera. So we know when you showed up, and we know when you got to Oregon. And we know when the fire was called in. And with a relative degree of certainty, we can go back and look at the fire and say, this is probably when the fire most likely happened based upon the windows and doors and the construction of the house and everything else like that. Which puts you there at the time of the fire. Do you understand all of that? Yes or no?
I understand all the things you said.
Okay. So what is your explanation for everything I just said to you?
At the same time, I said, I think I'd like to talk to an attorney.
You think you'd like to talk to an attorney, or do you want to talk to an attorney? Because I think I'd like a fucking ham sandwich right now, but I don't see a ham sandwich anywhere around here. So do you think you want to talk to an attorney, Matt, or do you want to talk to an attorney?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, what?
Yes. I would like to talk to an attorney.
Yes, you would like to talk to an attorney.
Yes.
Have a seat.
After a marathon interrogation lasting a total of 7 hours, Matthew barely spoke a word and never outright denied killing Melissa, causing her harm, or starting the house on fire. Eventually, Matthew requested a lawyer, and detectives had to let him go. They decided to present their case to a grand jury. All of the evidence was meticulously laid out before the 16-person grand jury, and on March 8, 2022, 460 days after Melissa's death, an arrest warrant was issued for Matthew Plote. Detectives tracked Matthew to his new place of employment and placed him under arrest. The following body cam footage captures the interaction, showing the culmination of months of investigative work and the moment justice began to be served.
He slipped out.
Yeah. Hello there, Matthew. Turn around. Put your hands behind your back. We have some paperwork for you. And we'll discuss all that when we get to where we're going. Go ahead and slide in there, man. All right, have a seat back here. First of all, we got to read you your rights. You understand that? Your Miranda rights. Right. And Chad's going to read you your rights there. You can follow along here.
You have the right to remain silent.
Okay, you understand that we're here. We'd like to explain to you what's going on. And I'm sure you have some questions for us. Some of them we'll be able to answer, some of them maybe we can't. However, you were indicted by the grand jury yesterday, 16-member panel. They unanimously indicted you on several charges that we will present here to you. You notice that things are a little different today than they were the last time that we talked to you. And this is where it's at. I mean, you're technically right now you are under arrest, and he will read some of the charges that you've been indicted on.
Matthew, this is a copy of the arrest warrant, okay? We have an arrest warrant. Potential homicide of an unborn child, residential arson, aggravated domestic battery, concealment of homicidal death. All right? Like you said, that was a grand jury. That's 16 people from the community that you present a case to. They listened to the case and they unanimously decided. We talked last time, most of which was talking. And we told you there's always two sides of what happened, right? What happened that day?
I think we discussed that before.
We did. We had questions on scenarios on, we know what happened, you know what happened, and God knows what happened. When we presented different scenarios to you that day, we were hoping that you would tell us exactly what transpired in that residence. At this point, we presented that information to a panel of citizens, and they all know what happened in there. And that's the bill of indictment for those charges. We just don't know why it happened. We're still waiting for that answer. That answer could make a huge difference on the outcome of this case. We don't know why it happened. You didn't say anything at that point. It was quite uncomfortable in that room. Your silence was deafening. It was hard on you, we know it was. But now, it's over. It's time to get this all out and talk about what happened. Because as this progresses, right now you're going to jail. Your bond is $10 million. That's a lot of money. That's not something that's just going to peel in your billfold. And you know in your heart of hearts what happened. We can't change what happened. We'd like to know why it happened, how it unfolded, if you're willing to ask for forgiveness for that and go on, However, right now, you're sitting in a position where your family is now in the middle of this. You have your mother, your father, your sister. They're all wonderful, good people, and you know that. And you came from a good family, but something went awry that day. And what's going to happen is you're going to destroy each one of their lives, because your mom and dad will spend every penny they have to try to keep you from going to jail. But you know what? You're going to jail. It's happening. You're going to destroy more lives. I talked to the Lamesch family. They've come to reason with this. It's unfortunate, but they have peace in their family right now because they know that their daughter, her soul, is with her Maker. They can't change what happened. You can't change what happened, but you can talk about it and you can save your family from further heartache, because this is going to take it all. It's just, how selfish can you be? You need to talk about it. We need to resolve this. We need to put it to rest. We needed to do it for you too, Matthew.
What transpired in that house that day? You were there twice. You were there Monday, and then you were back there on Wednesday. What happened on Wednesday?
Matthew, one of these charges that it was a premeditated crime. I'd like to think that wasn't what happened, but we're not going to sit here for 7 hours in total silence. We need resolution for you. We need it for your family. The Lamesch family has moved on. Your family is what's at stake right now. And you're destroying everyone by your own actions. You've got to get it out. It's got to happen, Matthew. What happened that day? Was it intentional? Did you have a premeditated plan to go there, take a life, have sex with a corpse? Because you know that fork in the road. We went down there before. We talked about it. Other people in the public, without something from you, are going to come up with the worst case scenario they can think of. That's not you, Matthew. But now's the time.
You were there. We know you had sex with her.
I told you we did.
Right?
Yes.
And all the other physical evidence, there was other things that happened in that house, but we need to hear it from you.
If something went awry, things escalated, and it happened quick, a spur of the moment, an unintentional act, we need to hear it now, because when we leave this room, it's done, buddy. Then it just starts destroying your family. Because you know what I'm telling you is truth. You know that there'll be a for sale sign in your mom and dad's new house. You know they'll be reaching out to their 401k. They'll be pulling their money out. They'll be spending $100,000 on a retainer. They'll spend another 100 or more just to get this thing rolling before trial. And you know, when it all happens, that's all wasted money. It's just like those people who indicted you.
So the physical evidence, we know you were there. You told us you were there. You told us you had sex, but there's other physical evidence. We told you that there was a struggle in that house. There was indications that she'd been beat. Matt, those are the answers we want. What did you do to her? Matthew, you did. You're the only one there that day. The only one.
You told us in the other interview that you didn't mean to hurt her. You didn't mean to. Matthew, now's your time. We're not coming back at this again. This is your time to tell your story. If you have any bit of remorse about what took place, it's time to talk about it. Because when we leave here, then you don't get your chance to tell your story. Your mom and dad will have a for sale sign up in that brand new house. Their money will be gone.
You were there, you had sex, she was beaten, she was strangled, and that house was set on fire. What happened? Why did that happen, Matt?
time.
Did you not want that child?
Did she poke the bear when you were there? Did she tell you things that she promised? Did she double cross you? Did she say, oh, I wasn't coming after you for any money, and then all of a sudden it changed? Something happened. Something happened in that house. Things went bad, and it happened quick.
What changed over a 2-day period? Because you guys had limited contact throughout this whole pregnancy, and in the matter of 2 days, you're there twice. What happened? Either, maybe even a little bit prior to that you need to pay her a visit twice within a week. What happened, Matt?
Matthew.
Shaking your head's not doing anything.
Maddie, you know that everything that I've told you, I've never told you anything that wasn't factual. Everything. Even the things that I'm telling you about what's going to happen in destroying your family, you know that's all true. I'm not here to tell you things that aren't true. You know it's true. Now it's time for you to do the right thing. You know it is. We went down this road. You know I'm right. You know you were brought up. You know exactly the right thing to do. I pull in there, I look up their Stoddard Insurance. You know what I think of? Your grandpa. You know, we talked about that before. He taught you the right things to do. This is the time. A mistake was made. It happened. We need to talk about it right now.
Shaking your head's not doing anything for you, Matt. Not a damn thing.
We can't change what already happened, but we can change a portion of this future.
What happened inside the house? We know you're there. We have the answers. Some of it, not all of it. What happened, Matt?
Man, what are you telling yourself in here right now? What are you telling yourself? Take it to the grave? You can't do that, buddy. It's destroying you. You know it is. Look at me. You know, what I'm telling you is not a lie. It is all truth. Everything. I have never lied to you once. And I'm telling you, you have to get this out. You have to do it for yourself to start with. You have to do it for your family. It has to happen. Sitting there saying nothing, building that wall up. You tell us, don't say anything, don't say anything. Matthew, you can't do that. It's not going to happen. You need to do the right thing. And now is the time. There is no chance to do it in the future. It has to be done.
So this was premeditated over the course of 2 days? Was it premeditated, Matt? You went over there with the intention of killing Melissa. First day, didn't happen. Second day, it finally did. Correct? I don't know how long you planned it out. Your eyes tell a lot right now. So it was over the course of 2 days. For whatever reason, you didn't do it on that Monday. But the following day was, Wednesday was the day, right? Wednesday was the day. Why? Why did you do it, Matt? Your child died in the process. Because of what you did, your child died. So why? Why did you have to kill your child? You have nothing?
If something happened, things went awry, something happened quick, you're sorry for what you did, get it out. You can't just keep destroying further and further and further. right the wrong as far as the death, but we can right the future, what's going to happen from here on out.
16 people in the community said unanimously, yes. They heard the evidence presented. What would you say to them? 16 random people in the community. What do you tell them? This is what you're going to tell them? What are they going to think of you? No emotion, no remorse. You don't care, do you? Because it's about Matt.
It must be about Matt because you're taking your own family down at this point. And you know what I'm telling is the truth.
Are you that selfish? Do you want to live this lifestyle where you have one girl pregnant, you have a girlfriend, you're out with another woman? Was that all coming crashing to a halt? What was it, Matt? Because that leads me to believe you're selfish.
Apparently. Because you're willing to take everything from your parents. You're taking it all. And you know, that stuff is just money. And that money is something that they worked a long time for. But, you know, it's going to be wasted. Because you're going to jail. And that money is all lost. All lost. Because you aren't willing to say you made a mistake. Matthew, you're not that kind of guy. Something happened. It happened quick. There was things that happened in that house that you need to explain. We can't change them, but you need to explain them. You owe that.
How do you do your insurance job?
You owe that to your family. You owe it to them. I'm sorry I made a mistake.
Do you speak to clients on a regular basis? And talk to them, Matt? I know you can talk. So you have no explanation, right? But I'll be willing to bet most of what we've led through are between physical evidence and whatever else we have, interviews throughout the course of our investigation is pretty true and accurate. Wouldn't you say? Do you have anything to say? Any explanation for the family?
Any explanation for your own family? They're going to watch this video, you know that. They're going to watch this video, and Tom is going to be sitting there saying, that's my son, man. I'll do anything I can to try to save him. I'll do anything I can. And the attorney's going to say, well, I'll give it a shot. Just keep sending the money in. And it's not, and your mother, Nancy, she's going to be, that's my son. I'll do anything. But yet you won't even have yourself, you're so selfish that you won't even man up and at least save them their finances, their heartache. Your dad worked how many years before he retired?
How many years did your dad work?
You want to put in 35, 40 years and just take it away. The bottom line is, we can't change what already happened, what happened in that house. There's an explanation. Get it out, get it over with, save your mom and dad, their life savings, their new house. Sure, it's not going to be comfortable for them to know that their son's going to be away for a little bit, but the bottom line is, you can't destroy that household. It just can't happen. Let's talk about it.
Did you hear the charges that I read off, Matthew? Did you hear them? Yes or no?
Not entirely.
Would you like for him to read them?
You want me to read them again?
I think you pretty much know what happened in the household.
Intentional homicide of an unborn child, residential arson, aggravated domestic battery, and concealment of a homicidal death. That's what we want the answers to.
If your mom and dad were sitting right here, what would you tell them? What would come from your heart of hearts? Mom, I screwed up. Something bad happened over there. I couldn't stop it. It happened. Please forgive me, Mom.
It was a matter of figuring out if you were there or not. You were there. We know that. You told us you were there. We knew you were there.
And we know what
you had
happened.
Sexual intercourse.
We've got it all there. We know what happened. Why did it happen?
What drove you to that point, Matthew? You two, the only two in the house, all day. What happened?
I know you listen to us when we talk. I know that you retain a lot of this. You're putting a wall up the last time you repeated back that you talked to me, that you knew you were at the fork of the road.
That's gone.
The fork is gone. You are now down the path on the road. That path is going to lead people, including your own family. Your own father said the night that you were picked up or met him willingly over at the Rochelle Police Department. What did your dad have to say to the deputy? Something's wrong. Matt's not acting right. They know. They know. They don't want to think about it. They don't want to think about it in the back of their mind. Your dad knew that something was wrong. And today, things are going to come out, and then they're going to start scrambling. In the back of their mind, they know. They know what happened. They absolutely know, but they don't really, they are willing to spend every penny they've got to make that nightmare go away. And you know what? It's not going away. It's not going to go away. Matthew, you got to tell it. You got to put it out. I don't care how many tears flow doing it. You made a mistake. You regret that mistake every day of your life, but it happened. It happened quick. It happened right there in that household.
You panicked.
And your parents know. Save them. Save their finances. They still have you, and they still have a future that they can reunite with you when this is over. But you can't take it away from them. Tell us what happened. And when they watch this, your silence will confirm everything that they know.
Yep.
You need to get it out. Show at least some remorse to that judge and jury that's going to be watching this. They need to know that that's not the monster. That's not the guy. Tom and Nancy deserve to know that that's not the son that they raised. A mistake happened. Things escalated. You're sorry for what happened. We want to hear it in your words, because right now, they don't have that. Nobody has that. But you know what? When they watch this, they know.
Step up, be a father, and give answers to your unborn child. You know how old your child would have been right now? Matthew, you know how old your child would have been?
Wow,
About a year and 3 months.
And you know what? I can see the smile on your mother's face why she would be a grandma taking care of that baby. But you can't even talk about it. You're not even man enough to admit a wrong and move forward. I'm telling you, what you're doing is destroying your household, your mother, your father.
Sad that I have to answer how old your child would have been. You don't even know, do you? Do you care? Do you ever think about it?
Answer one question for me. Have I lied to you yet? Have I told you a lie? Answer that. Pardon me?
I don't know.
Well, who would know? I'm telling you all these things. Yeah, some things I'm telling you about future events that it wouldn't be a lie, but that's what I'm predicting, how this would unfold. And you know that. Tell us right now what took place in that house. If there's any remorse that you have, let it out. You know, you've got a wall up. You know, I'm not trying to break through that wall. Nobody's threatened you ever. Nobody's even mistreated you that I'm aware of.
No.
You know, maybe we're trying to go around the wall, under the wall, over the wall to try to get to that heart. And there is one in there. Tom and Nancy didn't make a heartless child.
But the silence makes it appear that way.
Probably pretty proud of you at times. But there's one thing that they won't be proud of is this. But they don't know what happened. They can accept a mistake. I'm sure you made a mistake many times growing up. And life went on. But they need to hear the truth, and you need to save them because you're taking them down. And I'm not going to sit here for 7 hours staring at you.
Given the opportunity. Do you know how many hours we all put in on this? A lot of work, a lot of hours went into this. And not just us. So many different agencies, whether it be police, fire, specialized units, whatever. Hours and hours. And eventually it all comes together. You realize that? Even when you get down to an autopsy, that reveals a whole nother set of physical evidence. All right? What appears on the outside may be a little bit different when you start getting into it. And that opens up another piece of the puzzle, and then another piece of the puzzle, and another piece of the puzzle.
You know how the public in general, and the whole world anymore, if the worst thing they can think of, they thrive upon. The dirty laundry. You know, that's the best. And let's get some rumors going. What do you think some of the rumors might be about this? Hey, did you hear about Matt? Yeah, Matt went over there, murdered that girl, the corpse. He went over there, had sexual intercourse with a dead girl. Oh yeah, it's in the papers. You'll see it. Oh my gosh, what about his mom and dad? You know, what kind of an outcome? Nothing good can come from this scenario other than the fact that you saved your parents, you saved the rumors. Something happened there. Things went awry. It happened fast. And you don't feel good about it, but it happened. You can feel good about saving your mom and dad's finances. You can look at it a million different ways, but the bottom line is the world is full of the sin nature. And they're going to think the worst because that's what they love. They'd love to hear about the guy with the corpse. Oh, yeah. You can't let it go down that way. We were at that fork in the road. You didn't want to take it. Now you've ventured on. And now you're down that road again. You might have another small fork. This one might be save the parents. The other fork says clam up and just see how things unfold. Maybe I'm being a smart aleck right now, but I'm telling you, you need to do the right thing, because think about what you're doing to everybody else. Think about it, Matthew. You know I'm right. I've never once lied to you. I project some scenarios, and I'm telling you, been around the block a few times. Been doing this job for 35 years, and people are going to thrive on the dirty laundry. They're going to love it. It's going to be on the news tonight. In fact, I don't know. Is that how mom and dad are going to find out? turn on the news? Not only is it going to be on the news, I guarantee it's going to be on the news. It's a press release at 3 o'clock today. And at that point, we're not there to spread dirty laundry. We're there to let the public know what happened and where their tax dollars have been and give a little closure to the Lamesch family. They're going to get closure. Yours isn't. We shut one door and open another one. It has got to happen right here, right now, and you need to show everyone that you're not the monster. You're not a corporate. You're not, you don't have premeditated thoughts of going there. Let's strap on the murder kit. Let's go on over there. The neighbor watched you walk in the door.
Yep.
You didn't park where you said you parked. He watched you walk from down the street around the trash cans because it happened to be garbage day that day. We know a lot more about this whole incident than you do. You know what happened, so we don't know more than you do, but you don't know as much about what we know during this whole investigation. A lot of things came out. It's not looking good.
You know you got caught on Monday. She called you out on it.
You admitted that.
She called you out on it, yeah. You admitted it.
I don't have a side job.
She called you out. You told her you had a side job. You didn't have a side job.
What's
You
that?
went over there.
What's a juror going to think about that? Oh my God, he was going to do this before and he couldn't. She was on the phone.
And he comes back 2 days later. In that period of time, we've already established this, Matt, that basically it was just a hookup. She gets pregnant, and then there's hardly any communication between the two of you. And there was a little bit, but not much, as far as wanting to be a father. You freely admitted you wanted her to abort the baby. She wasn't going to do it. She basically wrote you off, right? And then I don't know what changed, but something did. Something changed that forced you to go over there 2 days during that week. Something changed, whether it was a month prior, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, a week prior, but something changed because the deadline was coming up, because she was going to give birth. And life was going to change for you. Fact, correct? Life was going to change once that child was born. And all of a sudden, that became your top priority. Because you didn't want a goddamn thing to do with her, that child, up until then.
I think your mother was quite surprised when Melissa stopped over there after her baby shower. I mean, that's where the whole thing started. Now they're going to be somewhat more surprised when they watch this video and they get nothing. They don't even get a "I'm sorry." Maybe you're not sorry about any of it. Maybe you're not sorry about what happened at the Lamesch house. Maybe you're not sorry about what's going to happen to your family. Are you sorry about anything? Are you sorry about either of those two things? Or if you're sorry about both of those things?
What do you want to say to your child?
You could admit that you were sorry about what happened there and put a stop to what's going to happen with your mom and dad's finances. Matthew.
It's over.
I'm not trying to bust through the wall. I want you. We're not going to deny you to use the restroom, no. Is that because maybe I was going to get through the wall, so you got to shut it up? I think you need to think. And maybe you need to think while you're in there in the restroom. Somebody accompany you in there. But the bottom line is...
May I?
Yes.
On March 22, 2024, after a week of testimony, a jury deliberated for roughly 2 hours and found Matthew Plote guilty of killing Melissa Lamesch and her unborn baby. The former paramedic and volunteer firefighter was convicted on 4 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of intentional homicide of an unborn child, and 1 count each of residential arson, aggravated domestic battery, and concealment of a homicidal death. Prosecutors argued that Plote strangled his girlfriend and torched her Mount Morris home just days before her baby's due date. Plote, proven to be the baby's biological father, showed no emotion when the verdict was read. On April 19, 2024, Plote's attorney filed a motion for a new trial, arguing that some of the testimony provided by witnesses was hearsay and should not have been allowed as evidence. The next hearing date is scheduled for June 27, 2024. Melissa Lamesch's mother, Deanna, shared the significance of the day they lost Melissa and her unborn child, noting that it happened the day before Thanksgiving and 2 days before the baby was due. "How do you come back from that?" she said. Family and friends of Lamesch honored the mom-to-be and her baby boy, who she planned to name Barrett, by planting a magnolia tree in a local arboretum with donations collected on GoFundMe. A link to the fundraiser can be found in the description below.